back to 0 if we wanted. So let's see. Let's continue on our sword ability and make it actually do something interesting. So I'm going to hit Control-Shift-O to open up my sword ability. And let's do something fun. Let's give it a little animation of it swinging. So let's go ahead and add a new node underneath sword ability. We're going to get into the animation player now. And the animation player is a way that we can animate things in the engine. The nice thing about the animation player in Godot is you can animate pretty much any property. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the animation button with the animation panel open. This should automatically open if you choose the animation player in the left window. If it doesn't though, you can go ahead and click it and then click the animation button at the bottom. So now we're going to click this animation button at the top of this panel. We're going to click New, and let's just call this Swing. So now we've got our animation. And an animation can be composed of multiple tracks. And a track is essentially a single property that gets animated over time. And so what we can do is we can modify the rotation of this thing. So let's go ahead and select our Sprite 2D. And you'll notice that when we have the animation player in context, you will actually see a little key icon next to every property in the inspector. This means create a keyframe with the current value and create a track if it doesn't exist. So what we're going to start with is the rotation. So scroll down to the Node 2D section, find Transform Rotation, and click the key icon next to it. Leave these settings default enabled. and then click create. And you'll notice that that creates a new rotation track underneath our sprite 2D. In the bottom right here, you have your zoom slider, so you can slide this in and out. I'm going to slide that up so we can see our animation a little bit better. This light gray region represents the length of the animation. You can change the animation length over here by clicking in this box and then writing whatever you want. I'm going to change the animation length to 0.3. I think that's a good animation length here. And now what we can do is we can manually place keyframes on this track. Now, by default, the animation snaps in 0.1 second increments. You can either turn the snap off by clicking the snap button right here, and now you can move the scrubber freely, or you can change the snap by changing the value of the text box to the right. You can also hold Shift to go into increments of 1/4 of what you've got currently configured as your snap. So if I leave this at 0.1, I will go in increments of 0.25 as I hold Shift. So let's make this actually do a swing animation. And what we're probably going to want to do is halfway through at 0.15 seconds, or let's do 0.2 seconds. Let's put the scrubber at 0.2 and then right click the track, insert a key. And then these are the keyframes here, these little dots. So if I click on the first dot here, you can see what my value is. Oh, let's make this actually do a swing animation. And what we're probably going to want to do is halfway through at 0.15 seconds, or let's do 0.2 seconds. Let's put the scrubber at 0.2 and then right click the track, insert a key. And then these are the keyframes here, these little dots. So if I click on the first dot here, you can see what my value is at that, as well as my easing and the time that it's placed at. If I click on the second one, you can see that the time is different, but everything else is the same. So what I'm going to do for this value is I'm actually going to make this 90, or rather 180 degrees. And now if you scrub through, you'll notice that this is rotating between 0 degrees and 180 degrees. So we can play it with this button here. Now, that's kind of underwhelming, right? Doesn't look very good, but we're going to layer on a couple of different animation properties to make this look good. So first, I'm going to change this to cubic interpolation. Default is linear, and you can change it by going to the interpolation mode drop-down to the far right of the track, clicking it, and then clicking your interpolation that you want. I like to use cubic for almost everything because I think that it gives a slightly more natural feeling to the animation. Linear is exactly what it sounds like, it just does it at a constant rate, whereas cubic actually modifies the rate at which the value is changing based on the keyframes. So I find that cubic looks a little bit less robotic. So you might see a slight difference now when you play the animation. If not, that's okay. Okay, let's modify the scale of the sprite as it's swinging as well. So we're going to click on the sprite again. We're going to go down to the scale property of transform, and we're going to click the key, click create, drag this keyframe to the beginning, then move your scrubber to something like 0.15, right click, insert another key at that location. And if it's not snapping, that's okay. You can just hold down Shift, like I mentioned earlier, and get it to be where you want it to be. And let's just change the scale to 1.5. Okay, and then let's put another keyframe at the very end, resetting the scale back to 1. So now let's play this. So that all of a sudden is looking a lot nicer. I might even change the scale to be a full 2 on that keyframe. And let's give it another shot. Excellent. That's looking pretty good. Okay, and I'm gonna modify this actually even a little bit more. So let's change the animation to 0.5 seconds over on the right here. You can highlight all of these keyframes by clicking and dragging. And then I'm just going to move these all over. By dragging them over, and it looks like my snap settings are not agreeing with that, and so that's a simple fix. Just either disable the snap or change it to a lower value. I'm going to change mine to 0.05 in the corner and keep snap on, and now if I drag these around, you can see that those stay snapped nicely. So I'm going to move those just to the end, and then for the beginning of the animation, I'm actually going to start at a scale of 0. So I've inserted a new key at scale. I'm going to change that to 0, and that's going to start at 0. Then I'm going to very quickly change the scale to be past 1, So perhaps 1.25. And so what that's going to do is that's going to be like a little bounce in appearance animation. Perfect. So that gives us a little bit of a nicer animation here. Now I'm going to extend the animation once again. So I'm going to go perhaps to 0.75. And then I'm going to make the sword rotate back into position just a little bit. So let's say by 0.6 seconds, let's add a keyframe at the rotation track. And we're going to change that value to 90 so that it comes back to horizontal like so. We could even have it come back to 0 if we wanted. So let's see what that looks like. So you can see that if we move it back to 0 and then we shift this keyframe all the way over to 0.75, you can see that it's kind of looking really nice. It slashes and then it returns back to its position. If you select the keyframe before this keyframe where we set it back to 0, you can see that we have this easing curve. Now this easing curve allows us to change how quickly the transition happens. So if I drag this easing by clicking and holding, this is the ratio. So you can see how the curve looks like it starts off slow and then speeds up. That's exactly what will happen between your two keyframes. So rather than going smoothly between 180 and 0 degrees, it will actually accelerate from 180 to 0 degrees. So watch this. Do you see how it kind of delays even after it should already be transitioning to 0, and then it speeds up and snaps back? So I might put a little bit of that in there, maybe 1.68, just to give it a little bit of more natural motion. And regarding the scale, let's go ahead and change the interpolation mode to cubic on the right-hand side as well. So you can see how there's a little bit of anticipation in the attack as well, and we can even make that anticipation even more apparent by changing the rotation here. So let's go ahead and add a keyframe for rotation at the beginning of the animation. We'll start it off at 0, and then the second keyframe that was originally 0, let's just change it to -5 or something like that. And so now if we play the full animation, you can see how there's a little bit of a wind up before it slashes. I might even make this -10 to be a little bit more apparent. And you can scrub through the animation just to get a good idea, and you can turn off snap, and that will give you a really good idea of what your animation is looking like. Perfect. And then we're going to finish off the animation by making the sword disappear out of existence. So we're going to take this animation, we'll put another keyframe at the end of that scale track and turn it to 0, and then run it. So that's disappearing to 0 a little bit quickly. We're going to use that easing trick again. So I'm going to click on the second to last keyframe on the scale track, and we're going to turn that easing. We're just going to drag down a little bit, create that curve that starts off slow and then speeds up. Now let's go ahead and see how that looks. And we could even make this more pronounced. So I've set mine to 5.65. Perfect. So now you can see that that's looking really good actually as an attack. So let's see how it looks in game. We still have the code in place that just spawns it at the player. So let's see what that looks like in game. Okay, and we've got a problem here, which is that nothing is playing. And that's because we need to click on our animation player for our sword ability and click this button in the top bar called autoplay on load. This will automatically play this animation when it gets loaded into the scene tree. So now let's give it a shot. So that's looking pretty good, isn't it? And you can imagine this popping up next to an enemy and then immediately attacking it. So there's one problem here. Let's go ahead and press the pause button up here, which is going to pause our game so that nothing's happening anymore. The execution of the game is entirely paused. While your game is running or paused, you can go to this remote button up here under the scene dock. Click that, and this will show you the scene tree as it exists in the game. And so we can see all of the things that exist in the game. So we've got our player, our basic enemy, and there's a problem here. Do you see all of these sword abilities? So this is something that you need to be mindful of. Godot does not automatically free any nodes from your scene tree. You have to do that yourself. Otherwise, you'll end up cluttering the scene tree and eventually bogging down the system if there's enough nodes that should have been cleaned up but weren't. And so the final thing that we're going to do on this sword animation is we're going to make it free itself from the scene tree. And we're going to do that with a call method track. So we're going to click add track, select call method track, which is the green diamond, click the sword ability root node, click OK, right click into that new track that you just created, click insert key, search for Q underscore free, like so. And what this does, Q free, you can call it from a script or an animation player. You can call any functions that you want to see all of these sword abilities. So this is something that you need to be mindful of. Godot does not automatically free any nodes from your scene tree. You have to do that yourself. Otherwise, you'll end up cluttering the scene tree and eventually bogging down the system if there's enough nodes that should have been cleaned up but weren't. And so the final thing that we're going to do on this sword animation is we're going to make it free itself from the scene tree. And we're going to do that with a call method track. So we're going to click add track, select call method track, which is the green diamond. Click the sword ability root node, click OK. Right click into that new track that you just created, click insert key, search for Q underscore free, like so. And what this does, Q free, you can call it from a script or an animation player. You can call any functions that you want from an animation player. Q free would be typically called from code, but I find it useful to do it in an animation player when the animation is finished because that makes the scene sort of self-cleaning. We don't actually need to write any code to handle the cleanup. And so Q free, what this will do is this will wait until the next idle frame to remove the node from the scene tree, as well as free it from memory. Now, what does that mean to be freed on the next idle frame? That essentially means after Godot has processed all of its physics, collisions and whatnot, after all of the signals have been handled, and it gets to the idle frame, which means that Godot has done all of its life cycle events, it will then be freed at that point. And this is just good practice because then that ensures that there's nothing that actively wants to reference the node after you Q free it, right? So you're guaranteed that Godot is done doing everything with the node that it was going to do, and then it will be freed. And we'll use this more later for sure, but I'm just going to drag that to the end, 0.75 seconds at the end of my animation. And now if we run the game again and let some swords pop in, and we'll pause the game again, you should see either one or no swords depending on when you paused it. If your sword is not visible on the screen, but it still shows up here, maybe it's just because you paused it before the animation had actually cleaned it up. But now you can see that our remote scene tree is nice and clean. There's no extra sword abilities hanging around. So now that we've made the sword ability look nice and that we've had an introduction to the animation player, it's time to actually make this sword ability function. So that's what we're going to do in the next lesson. Of course, we don't really have a game unless our sword ability can actually kill an enemy. So let's go ahead and do that. So there's a couple of things that we need to do. The first question that we need to answer is, how do we know where the enemies are in the level? And the way that we're going to do that is we're going to use a strategy similar to how we get the player position from the game camera. We're going to add the enemy to an enemy's group. So let's go ahead and go into our basic enemy by clicking on the icon from the main scene. And we're going to click on the root node, and we're going to click on the node doc tab here. Go ahead and click on groups, and then we're going to add the enemy to the enemy group. Okay, so now our enemy is in the enemy group. So let's go to our sword ability now. Control-Shift-O to open the quick open scene to the enemy group. Okay, so now our enemy is in the enemy group. So let's go to our sword ability now. Control-Shift-O to open the quick open scene. Gonna go to our sword ability controller and open that up. and then click the script icon to open up the script. So we're currently spawning the sword in the enemy to the enemy group. Okay, so now our enemy is in the enemy group. So let's go to our sword ability now. Control-Shift-O to open the quick open scene. Gonna go to our sword ability controller and open that up, and then click the script icon to open up the script. So we're currently spawning the sword instance at the player position, but we probably want to spawn the sword instance at the enemy position. So how are we gonna do that? Well, we're going to get rid of this block here where we're getting the first node in group player. We're going to change this to var enemies is equal to get tree dot get nodes in group, and then enemy. Okay, and then we're going to need to do a simple check here. We're going to get rid of this player line here, and then in here we're going to say if enemies dot size is equal to 0, which means that we have no elements in the array. There's no enemies on the screen. We're just going to return out of that so that we don't even try to spawn the sword if there's no enemies. Okay, now we're going to get an error here. That's fine. I'm just going to comment this out for now by hitting Control and then K. So Control K will automatically comment those lines so they don't take effect. And there is one thing that we want to do with his enemies, which is that we want to only get the enemies that are within a certain distance of the player. Because if there's an enemy that's off screen, we don't want the sword, which is kind of like a melee ability, to be able to hit that enemy. So let's declare a constant variable up here, const max range, and we'll just set it to something like 150. So there's our max range, and you can make this configurable if you want by doing at export var max range float. You can do that if you want it to be configurable in the inspector right here. But I'm going to use a const because I don't foresee this variable needing to be changed at all. So we're going to go back down to our on timer timeout here, and we're going to say enemies is equal to enemies.filter. And so what we're going to do is we're going to pass in a filter method. So in the filter function, we can actually pass what is called a filter function, which is a function that takes each element in the array as an argument and can return either true or false to decide whether that element should be preserved in the filter. So you can imagine like a real life filter, it blocks out certain things. So if you have a water filter, it lets all of the water through the filter and prevents all of the sediment from getting through. And so it's the same way with a filter function with data. With an array, we can run a function against each element to determine if that element should be filtered out or not. And so in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write func and then parentheses, enemy. We're going to specify this enemy is a type of node 2D so that we can get suggestions. Then we're going to do a colon, return enemy dot global position dot distance squared to, and we're going to check that the distance squared to the player position is less than the max range. And before we do that, we're going to make this a little bit nicer by formatting this a little bit. So if I go to my return keyword here and I just press enter to create a new line, we can do that. And then I need to move the end parentheses. So if you highlight the parentheses, it will show you where the matching parentheses is, right? So there's a little underline underneath this parentheses. You can see that it's underlined the opposing parentheses over here at the beginning of the filter function. And so just before that one, I'm going to hit enter again, and then I'm going to press shift tab to unindent that to preserve the proper indentation. And then here we still got an error, but if we want to see if this works, I can just hit Control K to comment that out. Then I can indent this a couple times and then call return false. So this is a very bare bones filter function that will just filter out everything. So if this returns true, it will keep the element, and returning false will discard the element. So if we were to write it like this, we would filter out every single element. I'm just going to keep that there for now, just as demonstration purpose. We do need to get the player position again though. So I'm going to put that line back that we had before. var player equals get tree.get first node in group player as node 2D. Okay, so back to our filter function. I'm going to remove this hard-coded false here. I'm going to press Control K on this line to remove the comment. And then remember, what we're doing in here is we're checking if the distance squared to the player is greater than the max range. Or in this case, we want it to be less than the max range, so it returns true and preserves the element. And again, we're doing distance squared to because that squared calculation actually requires fewer CPU cycles compared to a typical square root operation. And so when you're dealing with large lists, this will actually be much faster. So distance squared to, we're going to put in as the argument there, player.global position. And then we're going to say is less than pow max range 2. So when you're doing a distance squared to check, this is going to get the squared distance from the enemy to the player, but that means that the range that we're checking also has to be squared. So instead of using max range, we have to use max range times max range, or max range squared. So again, this will filter out every enemy that is farther than 150 pixels away from the player. And we're reassigning it here, right? Enemies is equal to enemies.filter, because this filter function, if I bring up my documentation by clicking F1 on my keyboard, if I look at the array type and click into that, I can scroll down and find the filter function, and you can see that the return type is listed to the left of the filter function. So it's going to return a new array. So, and you can read the documentation as well, which will tell you here it returns a new array. So again, the documentation is always there. If you're confused about anything that I'm going over, please feel free to pause the video, open up the documentation, and just do a little bit of reading if something that I'm saying isn't clear. But moving on to the rest of this. So now we've got our filtered enemies, all of the enemies that are close enough to the player to be able to use the sort ability. I'm sorry, we're going to want to put that check back in too. So if player is equal to null, we're going to return. So can't be too safe. Okay, so now that we've got all of our checks done and all of our setup done, now we actually want to take the closest enemy and attack that. So what we want to do is we want to call enemies.sort custom, and in here we're going to provide a sorting function, which is func a node 2d, comma for a second argument b colon node 2d. So again, we're typing elements a and b, and then a colon at the end of that. Let's hit return and then unindent, so that way we've got our formatting correctly. And just a quick note about this sorting function. So the way that sorting works across a variety of languages is that you pass in a function that compares element A to element B. So it gives you pairs at a time, and you as the developer have to tell it whether A should be sorted before B. And so works the same way in GDScript. We've got our A enemy and our B enemy, and we're going to grab the distance to the player for each of those enemies and then return true if A is closer, because we want A to be sorted first. If this is unclear, what you can do is, again, open up your documentation with F1. You can actually search by the method name that you're having troubles with. So if I type in sort custom here, that brings me right to the array sort custom, and I can click into that, and this will give me a lot of useful information about how this sorting actually works. So if at any point during this you're unsure of the exact behavior of a function that we're using, feel free to pause the video, open up the documentation, and read what that function does. So we need to grab the A distance, so A underscore distance is equal to A.globalPosition dot we're going to use distance squared to, again, for the same reason that we did above, we're going to say the distance squared to the player global position. And we're just going to keep that distance. And then let's duplicate this line. So let's just copy and paste. And we're going to change this to B distance and be very sure to change this to B.global position here. And then we're just going to return A distance is less than B distance. So again, if this sorting function returns true, that means that A should be sorted before B. And I have a minor typo here. This needs to be 2D capitalized, so we'll just fix that. So now we've got a sorted enemy array, and we already know that the enemy size is greater than 0. So we're going to replace these commented out lines. So player get parent add child sword instance. We're going to keep this line actually because we got to tell the sword to go into the tree somewhere. So we're keeping this line to add the child. What we're going to change is the global position. So let's uncomment that line as well. Instead of player.global position though, what we're going to do is we're going to say enemies at index 0. So the first enemy in the sorted array will be the closest enemy and it will be attacking that one. So let's go ahead and test this, but first let's go back to our main scene and click on the 2D button at the top to go back to our scene view. And I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate this enemy by selecting it and pressing Ctrl D. And now I've got a second enemy. Uncomment that line as well. Instead of player.global position though, what we're going to do is we're going to say enemies at index 0. So the first enemy in the sorted array will be the closest enemy and it will be attacking that one. So let's go ahead and test this, but first let's go back to our main scene and click on the 2D button at the top to go back to our scene view. And I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate this enemy by selecting it and pressing Ctrl D. And now I've got a second enemy. I'm going to hit W to enable the move tool. And then I'm going to move that second enemy. Farther away. So let's go ahead and play and see what happens. So you can see that the sword is always attacking this rat first because that's the closest one. Now if I switch direction, do you see how it's spawning on that one now? Now that we've got the sword targeting the proper enemy, we'll cover how to actually make the sword kill the enemy in the next lesson. Are you ready to make the sword kill some enemies? Let's get into it. To it. That sounds fun. All right, so I'm going to open up one of my enemy scenes here, or the enemy scene rather, and I'm going to go ahead and add a area 2D. And so what an area 2D node is it's essentially a way of detecting collisions that are essentially just triggers. So you can imagine there's kind of two different types of collisions. There's the types of collisions that will make your character stop when they hit something, but then there's the type of collisions like hitboxes, which are basically just detections of whether you should take damage or not, but very rarely in games does that actually have an effect on your character's ability to move. So we're basically going to be setting up these area 2Ds, which are going to act as triggers that we can listen to so that we know when to destroy the enemy or deal damage to the player, and so on and so forth. So I've got my area 2D. We need to, much like the character body 2D, add a collision shape 2D as a child to that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new circle shape in that shape resource. And it's generally a good idea to make your hitbox and hurtbox sizes biased in the player's favor. And so that means when you're creating a hurt box for an enemy, you want to make the hurt box larger than the enemy's visuals. So I'm going to put a radius of 12 in there, and I'm going to use the move tool by hitting W, and I'm just going to move it up until it's about centered. And so I end up with a position of -5 in the Y. And you can see how this area is much bigger than the visual, and that's actually a good thing because we want this to be forgiving to the player to some extent so that the game feels really fun and smooth and not super picky. And I'm going to move this area 2D to the first child of the character body 2D root, and that will change the draw order such that that area is now behind the sprite so that we can see it better. So we do need to configure the collision layer and the collision mask of this area 2D. So remember how we did this for the player and the enemy character body 2Ds, because we didn't want them to count as terrain. We want them to only look for terrain, but not to act as terrain. And it's going to be the same deal here. Now, before we configure the collision layer and the collision mask, let's go to Project Settings. Let's go ahead and scroll down until, to some extent, so that the game feels really fun and smooth and not super picky. And I'm going to move this area 2D to the first child of the character body 2D root, and that will change the draw order such that that area is now behind the sprite so that we can see it better. So we do need to configure the collision layer and the collision mask of this area 2D. So remember how we did this for the player and the enemy character body 2Ds, because we didn't want them to count as terrain. We want them to only look for terrain, but not to act as terrain. And it's going to be the same deal here. Now, before we configure the collision layer and the collision mask, let's go to Project, Project Settings. Let's go ahead and scroll down until we see the Layer Names section, and then click 2D Physics. There are 32 physics layers, and what this tool allows us to do, or what these settings allow us to do, is provide names for all these layers, so we're not referencing them by number and forgetting how we're using all the layers in our game. So I'm going to name layer 1 terrain, I'm going to name layer 2 player, and I'm going to name layer 3 enemy. So we're going to go ahead and close that. And so now if I hover over these layer bits here, you can see that it'll tell me this is the terrain layer, this is the player layer, and this is the enemy layer. So that's very handy. So what we're going to want to happen is the abilities that the player casts are going to be in a layer that the enemies will look for. So again, the layer is where does this collision exist? What layer does the collision exist in? And the mask is which layer am I looking for collisions? So in this case, we're going to set the enemy's collision layer to nothing, and we're going to set the enemy's collision mask to enemy. So essentially, what this is saying is this area 2D is going to look for any collision object that exists in the layer enemy. Now, I know that can be a little bit confusing, and you might be thinking, well, doesn't it make more sense to put the enemy in the layer and then make the ability the thing that scans for the enemies? And I would say that yes, that does make more logical sense, but that's not going to work. And the reason is because we cannot detect collisions from an area 2D if it's just existing in the layer. We have to actually be looking with the mask to get that detection. I know that's a little bit odd, but basically you can envision layer as being a passive part of the collision, and mask is the active part. So the layer is just saying, hey, other things in the game, I'm on this layer so you can collide with me. And the mask is saying, hey, other things in the game, I want to see if I'm colliding with you. I think that's pretty clear. You can read the documentation on the collision layer and collision mask. There's quite a bit, and it might help, but we're going to move on. So I've set this to be on the enemy mask and no layers. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the sword ability, and we're going to do the same thing. So go ahead and create a new area 2D by hitting Control A or right-clicking, and then add a child node of collision shape 2D underneath that, just like we did. Now in this case, I'm going to set my shape to be a new rectangle shape 2D. I'm going to click into that, and I'm going to set the size to... It might help, but we're going to move on. So I've set this to be on the enemy mask and no layers. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the sword ability, and we're going to do the same thing. So go ahead and create a new area 2D by hitting Control A or right-clicking, and then add a child node of collision shape 2D underneath that, just like we did. Now in this case, I'm going to set my shape to be a new rectangle shape 2D. I'm going to click into that, and I'm going to set the size to... to 30 and 30. Now I'm going to do something that looks a little bit odd at first. I'm going to grab this collision shape, I'm going to select the move tool, and then I'm going to move it over until the left edge of the rectangle is aligned through the center of the sword. Now why am I doing that? Because this is going to give the sword a direction in terms of which direction it's attacking. So our animation, if I play the animation here, you can see that it's attacking in this area, right? And so I'm moving the hitbox so that it encompasses roughly that swing animation area. And again, it's okay if your collision box is larger than the visuals. That's actually preferred because it makes the game feel better. And the other benefit of doing this is that when we rotate this sword now, with the rotate tool, let's say, you can see that the hitbox automatically aligns itself in that direction as well. So simply by rotating the root node, everything will follow and it will be all good. So let's go ahead and open up the animation player here, and you can again make sure that the animation tab is highlighted at the bottom. Select the swing animation, and let's look for any collision mask of this area 2D. So remember how we did settings, number, and forget your layer, and then layer object that exists in our logical sense, but I know that's a little bit odd, but basically you can envision layer. Want to see if I'm colliding to the sword ability, and we're on. It might help, but we're going to move on. So I've set this to be on the enemy mask and no layers. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the sword ability, and we're going to do the same thing. So go ahead and create a new area 2D by hitting Control A or right-clicking, and then add a child node of collision shape 2D underneath that, just like we did. Now in this case, I'm going to set my shape to be a new rectangle shape 2D. I'm going to click into that, and I'm going to set the size to 30 and 30. Now I'm going to do something that looks a little bit odd at first. I'm going to grab this collision shape, I'm going to select the move tool, and then I'm going to move it over until the left edge of the rectangle is aligned through the center of the sword. Now why am I doing that? Because this is going to give the sword a direction in terms of which direction it's attacking. So our animation, if I play the animation here, you can see that it's attacking in this area, right? And so I'm moving the hitbox so that it encompasses roughly that swing animation area. And again, it's okay if your collision box is larger than the visuals. That's actually preferred because it makes the game feel better. And the other benefit of doing this is that when we rotate the sword now, with the rotate tool, let's say, you can see that the hitbox automatically aligns itself in that direction as well. So simply by rotating the root node, everything will follow and it will be all good. So let's go ahead and open up the animation player here, and you can again make sure that the animation tab is highlighted at the bottom. Select the swing animation, and let's zoom in a little bit with the zoom in tool on the bottom right here. So we want to start this hitbox off as disabled because there's a small wind-up time for the animation. So I'm going to select the collision shape 2D. I'm going to go down to the disabled property. I'm going to click on, so this turns gray, which means that it's no longer going to do collision detection. And then I'm going to click the key and then click create. And so that will start off our collision shape disabled when the animation starts. I'm going to scrub forward until the sword starts attacking, which is at 0.2 seconds. I'm going to insert a key at this position in the timeline, and then I'm going to click on that key and uncheck it. So you can see now if I scrub through, as soon as it hits 0.2, it becomes enabled again. I'm going to leave it enabled until 0.4, and then I'm going to right-click on that disabled track, insert key, click on that keyframe, and then enable it. So essentially what we're going to see is it starts off disabled, it's up time for the animation. So I'm going to select the collision shape 2D. I'm going to go down to the disabled property. I'm going to click on, so this turns gray, which means that it's no longer going to do collision detection. And then I'm going to click the key and then click create. And so that will start off our box off as disabled because there's a small wind-up time for the animation. So I'm going to select the collision shape 2D. I'm going to go down to the disabled property. I'm going to click on, so this turns gray, which means that it's no longer going to do collision detection. And then I'm going to click the key and then click create. And so that will start off our collision shape disabled when the animation starts. I'm going to scrub forward until I'm going to click on, so this turns gray, which means that it's no longer going to do collision detection. And then I'm going to click the key and then click create. And so that will start off our collision shape disabled when the animation starts. I'm going to scrub forward until the sword starts attacking, which is at 0.2 seconds. I'm going to insert a key at this position in the timeline, and then I'm going to click on that key and uncheck it. So you can see now if I scrub through, as soon as it hits 0.2, it becomes enabled again. I'm going to leave it enabled until 0.4, and then I'm going to right-click on that disabled track, insert key, click on that keyframe, and then enable it. So essentially what we're going to see is it starts off disabled, it becomes enabled for 0.2 seconds, the duration of the sword swing, and then it disables itself again. So during this 0.2 second window is when it will be detecting collisions. Let's click on the Area 2D node in our scene dock here, and then scroll down to the collision layer and collision mask settings. And so this is going to be the opposite of what we were doing for the enemy. We want this to exist passively in a layer, so we're going to uncheck the terrain bit and turn on the enemy bit. And we actually don't want to be actively looking for or listening for any collisions, so we're going to turn the mask off. Okay, so there's one final thing to do, which is that we actually need to handle these collisions because the scene dock here, and then as soon as it hits 0.2, it becomes enabled again. I'm going to leave it enabled until 0.4, and then I'm going to right-click on that disabled track, insert key, click on that keyframe, and then enable it. So essentially what we're going to see is it starts off disabled, it becomes enabled for 0.2 seconds, the duration of the sword swing, and then it disables itself again. So during this 0.2 second window is when it will be detecting collisions. Let's click on the Area 2D node in our scene dock here, and then scroll down to the collision layer and collision mask settings. And so this is going to be the opposite of what we were doing for the enemy. We want this to exist passively in a layer, so we're going to uncheck the terrain bit and turn on the enemy bit. And we actually don't want to be actively looking for or listening for any collisions, so we're going to turn the mask off. Okay, so there's one final thing to do, which is that we actually need to handle these collisions because the collisions are being detected, but nothing is being done with them. So I'm going to go back to my basic enemy. I'm going to click on the script icon to open up the script, and I'll just shove the animation drawer back down so we can actually see what we're doing. And in here, very similar to how we connected to the timer, we're going to connect to the Area 2D. So if you click on the Area 2D and you go to the Node tab, you can see that here are all of our Area 2D signals listed right here. The one that we're interested in is Area Entered, which is going to, as it says, emit when the received area enters this area. So we're going to go ahead and set that up. So in our basic enemy script, I'm going to replace the pass in the ready method with $area2d, which again is shorthand for get node area 2d, dot area entered, which is the signal name, dot connect on area entered. So let's define an on area entered function by doing func on area entered. And you have to be very careful when you're connecting to signals because some of them pass arguments. So in this example, area entered is passing in an area 2D as an argument. So we need to actually accept that. So I'm going to call it other area 2D, and then colon at the end. And what are we going to do in here? We're just going to, for now, do queue free. So this is the same method that we called from the animation player in the sword ability, but we're calling it from code this time. And what this is going to do as a refresher is this is going to, at the appropriate time, free the entity from memory and remove it from the scene tree. Not in that order, it'll be removed from the scene tree and then freed from memory. And so if we did everything correctly, we should be able to run the game and see that enemies will start being destroyed. So you can see that when it collides, the enemy will be destroyed. Now we can see this a little bit better if we go to debug at the top and turn on, call it other area 2D, and then colon at the end. And what are we going to do in here? We're just going to, for now, do queue free. So this is the same method that we called from the animation player in the sword ability, but we're calling it from code. code this time. And what this is going to do as a refresher is this is going to, at the appropriate time, free the entity from memory and remove it from the scene tree. Not in that order, it'll be removed from the scene tree and then freed from memory. And so if we did everything correctly, we should be able to run the game and see that enemies will start being destroyed. So you can see that when it collides, the enemy will be destroyed. Now we can see this a little bit better if we go to debug at the top and turn on visible collision shapes. And if we run the game again, now we can see all of the blue collision shapes, and we can even see the sword. When the sword pops up, you can see that there's a little blue square. So there's one problem still, which is that the sword is not being angled toward the enemy. So it can only hit the enemy if it's facing a very specific direction. And so the way that we're going to fix that is we're going to go back to the sword ability controller. So Control-Shift-O to open your quick access. Look for the sword ability controller, open that up, and you can open up the script with the script button. And so in here, here's our on timer timeout. You can see that it's being spawned at the enemy position. However, it is not being angled toward the enemy. And so how are we going to do that? What we can do is we can grab the direction vector between the enemy and the sword. So let's say var enemy direction is equal to, let's grab enemies 0 dot global position minus sword instance dot global position. And remember, when you're doing vector subtraction to get the direction between 2 points, the position that you want the vector to point at should come first. So we're basically saying, take the enemy position, point at that enemy position from the sword instance global position. And then we can say sword instance dot rotation is equal to enemy direction dot angle. So what this is saying is get the angle of that vector that represents the direction from the sword to the enemy, and then set the sword's rotation to this. Now, this rotation is in radians, and that's fine because this dot angle returns radians as well. So let's go back into the game and see if that works. And funny thing is that this technically works, but it's not working because the enemy position and the sword position are exactly the same. So one thing that we can do is we can just set the sword position to be in a random radius away from the enemy. So let's go ahead and give the sword a little bit of a random offset. So we're going to say underneath where we're assigning the global position of the sword, we're going to say sword instance dot global position plus equals. We're going to take a right vector, we're going to rotate it by something between rand f range, and we're going to go from 0 to tau. And this might look a little bit confusing, but basically remember a vector2.right has a rotation of 0. We're going to take that, we're going to rotate it by anywhere from 0 to 2 pi since we're in radians. So this is the same as saying randomize the rotation of this vector from 0 to 360 degrees. Tau is just a constant that represents 2 pi so that we don't have to write 2 times pi. So that's going to be our rotation, and then we're going to give it some offset. So we're going to multiply it by, let's say, 4. So we're saying get a vector that points in a random direction. So this is a unit vector that points in a random direction, multiply it by 4 pixels. And so now the sword is going to spawn anywhere along a circle that is represented by a radius of 4 around the enemy position. Hopefully that makes sense. But now that we've offset the global position by 4 pixels, this direction should be good. And so now if we run it, you can see that the sword is actually rotating itself now. Now, of course, there's not enough enemies to exactly see what's going on, so I'm going to pop over to our main scene and duplicate the enemy again, and then use W to move it around, and then I'm going to duplicate another one, and then duplicate another one. Basically, just put as many enemies as you want in your level. Let's go ahead and run it now, and this will give you a really good opportunity to test and see. And you can see that the sword can actually attack multiple enemies, which is good because games like this, like Vampire Survivors and other games in that genre, do have abilities that can hit multiple enemies at once. There's much more work to be done as it relates to abilities and combat, but we've got the foundation in place. For future development. We are making good progress on our game. but I want to take a brief detour to go through some of the project settings that we're going to want to have in place before we continue. So if you're playing the game, you may notice that there's a lot of jitter happening with the camera. If you speed up and slow down, you can see that there's a bunch of shifting, and it's not really clear why exactly that's happening. This is because of the default rendering behavior. When you're running the game, your node 2Ds can have fractional pixel coordinates. So I could be at 2.4 in the X and 5.1 in the Y. And those fractional subpixel coordinates are what causes the rendering to become jittery. Luckily, we can fix this by snapping the transforms to the whole integer pixel. We don't need to write any code for that. We can just go to Project up here, Project Settings. We're going to scroll down until you see the rendering section. Click on 2D, and this option right here, Snap 2D Transforms to Pixel. Go ahead and turn that on. And if you don't see this, make sure that you have Advanced Settings toggled on right here. So Snap 2D Transforms to Pixel in the rendering section of the project settings. Now let's go ahead and run the game, and you should notice an immediate improvement in terms of the jitteriness. Everything looks a lot more stable and nicer. Okay, so that's how to address the jitteriness if we go to the improvement project settings. Now let's go ahead here. So Snap 2D Transforms to Pixel in the rendering section of the project settings. Now let's go ahead and run the game, and you should notice an immediate improvement in terms of the jitteriness. Everything looks a lot more stable and nicer. Okay, so that's how to address the jitteriness. If we go to the debugger tab at the bottom of the window here, you may see these errors being printed constantly. And this error is the parameter delta is never used in the function process, or in our case, other area being used in the basic enemy. By the way, if you see any errors in your console, or warnings in this case, you can expand the error or warning and it will show you what line at what script, and you can actually just click that to be brought directly to the problematic line. But this warning, I think, is pretty useless. What it wants us to do is it wants us to use a discard. What it's saying is that we have this other area parameter in our basic enemy that's not being used. And I can see how that would be a helpful warning. However, we're going to run into many situations like this where we actually don't care about the input parameter. We just need to supply it to match the function signature that the signal emission expects. And so I'm actually going to disable this warning so that it's not cluttering up our errors, because if you leave a bunch of errors being printed all the time, you're going to most likely miss the actual errors and warnings that you need to address. So we're going to turn this one off because we don't care about this. So I'm going to go to Project Settings, scroll down to the Debug section, and go to GDScript. Again, make sure you have Advanced Settings toggled on at the top. And we have a couple of things here. What you want to look for is the unused parameter. And if you're unsure, what you can do is you can read the error, and it says the parameter other area is never used in the function, and it says unused parameter is the error code when you expand it. So that's the one that we're looking for, and we're just going to turn this to ignore. And now when we run the game, we will no longer see any of those types of warnings. So if you encounter any other places during this course where you think an error is being printed or a warning is being printed unnecessarily, feel free to come in here and customize. You can control all kinds of GDScript warnings and errors in here to customize it to your liking. We'll be doing some more exploration of the project settings in the future as we build out the game, but those are two quick things that I thought would be good to address now, and we'll continue with building the gameplay mechanics. In a Survivors style game, we obviously aren't going to be placing the enemies manually. They actually need to be spawned during the game. And so what we're going to do in this lesson is we're going to create a node that can spawn the enemies in regular intervals around the player. And that's going to allow us to play the game indefinitely, at least until we build on other gameplay systems. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Control-N to create a new node. And let me just talk a little bit about how I decide to make new nodes for things. Every piece of distinct functionality that handles its own realm of responsibility should be a node. At least that's how I approach it. So when you need something like an enemy spawning behavior, I would recommend against, for instance, shoving all of your code on, let's say, this main. Why? Because this main node is going to have all of the nodes that are necessary for the game. And if you start putting a bunch of disparate functionality at the main node, you're going to get a lot of different concepts and different responsibilities merged together, which is going to become very unmaintainable. One thing that you should keep in mind when you're making software generally is the single responsibility principle, which basically means each node should do one thing. And that's sort of a matter of debate. It's up for interpretation, but it's just a guiding principle. So in our case, the main node, what is its single responsibility? Its single responsibility is being a container that brings all of the game elements together. The single responsibility of the basic enemy is to provide the enemy behavior that's necessary for combat, so on and so forth. The single responsibility of a tile map is to render tiles. And so we're going to take the same approach when we create an enemy spawner. We want to have a node that has the single responsibility of spawning enemies. And so if you think about your design of your node structure and your scene structure through that lens, you're actually going to find that you start creating more maintainable and better systems. So let's go ahead and create that enemy spawner. So I'm just going to click Other Node right here. And by the way, Control N to create a new scene. And we're going to put the root as type of node. We're going to call this enemy spawner. And let's figure out where we want to save this. So our scene structure is starting to get a little bit unwieldy right here. We'll do some reorganization later. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to rename this to enemy spawner manager. And I might just call this enemy manager instead. So we'll call it enemy manager. And I'm going to create a new folder under my scenes directory. And I'm going to call it managers. We'll call it just manager singular. And now I'll go ahead and save this enemy manager scene in that location. So scenes manager in here. So we'll save it right there. So this is what your scene structure should look like when you save it. And then we're just going to go ahead and add a script. And the defaults should be okay. So let's go ahead and click into that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start deleting these comments because we don't need these anymore. And I'm also not going to use the function, the process method. You have to be careful with this because if the process method is defined, then that process method will be called every frame, even if it doesn't do something. So that does add a tiny bit of overhead. So if you just remove the process method, then that will remove that overhead. So unless you need to do something on a frame by frame basis, don't have the process method defined. Okay, so let's do another export variable. Why? Because we need to tell the enemy manager which enemy it should spawn. So let's go ahead and do @export at the top here. We're going to do var basic enemy scene type of packed scene. So again, this exposes the variable in the inspector, and this packed scene tells us that this should be of type packed scene. And now you can see that I've already got this. If I click on over here, I've already got the basic enemy scene right here. So let's go ahead and search in our file system for that basic enemy scene right here. And then I'm just going to go ahead and drag that over to assign it. Perfect. So what kind of things do we need to do for the enemy manager? Well, we want to spawn enemies on a certain interval, and so that means that we want to use a timer node. So let's go ahead and hit Control A. Make sure you have the scene dock highlighted. Control A. We're going to say timer. Go ahead and add that, and then we're going to turn on auto start. And the wait time, let's leave it at 1 second and see how that feels. So going back to our script, let's remove this pass line $timer again to grab the timer. What are we going to do here? We want to connect to the timeout and then connect on timer timeout. Okay? 2 new lines between each function, which means I got to add one at the top here. And then func on timer timeout. Now, what do we want to do in here? Well, we want to spawn the enemy, but there's a consideration here, which is that presumably we don't want the enemy to spawn right on top of the player. We want the enemy to spawn, I think, ideally outside of the view of the player, so that it looks like enemies are just organically coming from the distance toward the player. I believe this is how Vampire Survivors works. There are no enemies that appear on the screen that's visible. They all come from outside the screen. So that's what we're going to do with the player. So once again, we need to grab a reference to the player. So var player is equal to get tree dot get first node in group, and then in quotes player. If player equals null, we're just going to return out of this. So again, you have to be really careful when you're doing things like this, because it is possible for this to be null. For example, let's say that in a future state we have the player dying, right? And then we remove the player from the scene tree. When that happens, this code may still be able to run even when there's no player. And so you need to be a little bit defensive when you're programming. You need to make sure that your code can still run even when it doesn't have a dependency that you're expecting. So always keep in mind that whenever you're getting a node from the scene tree, there's almost always a possibility that it won't be there. Now, when you're doing it in this fashion, like $timer, that's acceptable, because the general idea is that an encapsulated scene, like our enemy manager or our basic enemy, is pretty much guaranteed to always have these nodes in this structure, right? But when you're thinking on a broader game scale, I'm not guaranteed in this code that a player will exist. So that's just something to keep in mind while we're working. So let's pick a random location to spawn the enemy. And the way that we're going to do that is we're just going to pick a point on a circle around the player. So if we go to project settings, and we go to our display, we can see that our viewport width is 640. So we're going to use a circle with a radius of 320 to spawn the enemy, and that's going to make sure that the enemy will not spawn in the window area. So let's grab a random direction first. So let's call this var random direction is equal to, again, we're going to take the constant vector2 dot right, and then we're going to rotate it randf range. And this function, by the way, is a random function that's available in the global scope. That's why we can call it from here. And we're going to do randf range 0, and then again we're going to do tau, right? So again, this is give me a vector that's rotated in radians anywhere from 0 to 2 pi, otherwise known as 0 to 360 degrees. So that's our random direction. Let's go ahead and put a constant up here above the export. Const, we're going to call it spawn radius is equal to, let's do 330. So 320 is half of the greatest dimension of our window. Remember, that's 640 wide. So half of that would be an appropriate radius. And then I'm adding 10 to that just to give it a little bit of buffer space on the edges of the window. So we're basically going to be spawning 10 pixels outside the boundary of the window at a minimum. So that's our random direction. Let's take our, so now we need to grab a position. So we'll say var spawn position is equal to player.global position. And we're not getting the suggestions, so I'm going to type this as node 2D again, so that way we can get those suggestions. Player. that global position, and then we're going to add to that position of the player. What we're going to do is we're going to add the random direction in parentheses times the spawn radius. So this parentheses might be unnecessary, but I like to do that just to group specific mathematical operations. So we want to evaluate this multiplication before adding it to the player global position. And so what that's essentially going to do is that's going to go in a random direction from the player 330 pixels. Okay, so now that we've got the spawn position, let's actually create the enemy. So we're going to say var enemy is equal to basic enemy scene dot instantiate. And then we're going to want to do get parent. And so we're going to get the parent of the enemy manager, which will be in the main scene. Add child, enemy. So again, when you instantiate something, that creates a node, but it does not put the node into the scene tree. You need to tell it under which parent do you want to add the enemy. And then we're going to say enemy.global position. And again, it's not typed as node2D, so we can do instantiate as node2D up here. Then we can say enemy global position is equal to spawn position. So let's just do a quick recap of what's happening. We're going to grab the player and return null, or return rather if the player is null. We're going to get a random direction by taking the right vector, which again is at 0 degrees or 0 radians. Then we're going to rotate it by a random value between 0 and 2 pi. Okay? And then we're going to take the player position, add to it that random direction times the spawn radius, and that will give us the new spawn position. And then we instantiate the enemy, add it to the parent of the enemy manager, which is going to be main, and then we assign the global position to the spawn position that we calculated. And so now I'm going to go over to my main scene. I'm going to click on the 2D button at the top so I can see what's happening. Also, I'm going to get rid of this tile by clicking on the tile map node and then unchecking the tile map at the bottom. If that doesn't appear for you, then that's good. I think it's still a little bit buggy because I'm on RC1 instead of the full release version. So I'm going to go ahead and instantiate a child scene under main, enemy manager. I'm going to go ahead and drag the enemy manager up to be the first child. And then I'm going to delete all of these other basic enemies. So I can click on the first one, hold shift, and then click on the last one. And then I can hit the delete key on my keyboard and then hit enter. And now I've gotten rid of all those enemies. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the player into the center of the arena. So I'm going to take the player, hit W on my keyboard, and just drag him into the center. So now let's go and click play and see what happens. Okay, so now we've got a bunch of enemies coming at us. We can still see them spawning in. So we probably need to increase that radius. So let's go back to the script. Let's turn the spawn radius to 350, and then let's try it again. And I'm also going to go to my debug section and turn off visible collision shapes, so that way we can just see everything as it is. Okay, so you should be starting to see how this is going to work, right? Like we just get a constant stream of enemies coming at us. And I'm going to increase this radius just a little bit more. Let's do 375. And that should prevent any pop-in that we're seeing. Okay, now you're going to notice a bunch of problems. For instance, they're spawning outside of our arena. We still have lots of work to do on the world generally, but the approach that we're taking at the moment is we're going to get the systems of the game implemented in a rough fashion, and then we're going to gradually polish it over time. Okay, so that's a basic enemy spawner. Before we go further with developing our game's systems,
chasing me? What is your fucking deal? I'm restreaming you. What does that mean? Shovel Knight? Like, together? How do we play Shovel Knight sometimes? Is there a co-op mode in there? It is fun. It's a pretty good game. Ooh, cool. Yeah, it's a good game. Don't die to the fish, Kyle. Don't die to the fish. How's your game going, man? Hit you up on Discord. Is it cross-platform? Because I don't have Shovel Knight on PC. Probably not. Was a good suggestion. Cool, man. Fish. Oh. It's like Smash Bros. You're not playing through the levels, you're actually like fighting each other. Oh, okay. What characters do you use? Is it like the bosses that you fight? Okay, so yeah, it's one of the bosses then. Son of a bitch. Oh, fuck. Okay, cool. Nice, dude. Alright, man. Have fun. Yeah, it's been a while. I will do my best. I did not. I don't have money. But I'm glad you liked it. I heard it was pretty good. Okay. Oh man, I'm getting everything. Ah, I missed like one. Cool. The real gamers. No, that's good though. That's pretty much the people who want to see it. Oh, I think I broke something. Yeah. I must have hit like a speed up thing. That was weird though, because I don't have it. I don't have that set to like a button or anything. You can even be Toad in this one. Alright.
Do I got anybody in the chat? I want to show somebody my song. Or song for this game. I want to show someone. Space Pirates. Okay, 46 and 98. Here, listen to this music. Hopefully it's not too loud. Let me turn off my mic again because I have my fan on and it's cheating. Can you tell it's not done? It's not done yet. It just stops. Pretty sweet though, huh? I'm gonna I'm doing like a game jam. This game jam, I always try to make it. I'm in the Discord as well, but I never have any free time usually. Yeah. I have like a close friend who has a super old grandfather that he takes care of, who's like 97. And I told him I can take care of him sometimes to give him a break. And he pays me a little bit and stuff. Oh, I'm using a I'm using a Udemy course right now. That's like what I'm streaming. Super illegal, but I'm not showing like the video part, just the audio. So I figure it's fine. I'll delete these VODs later. If anybody wants to try and pirate the $15 course by watching my thing, I feel bad for them. That means they must really need some cash. But the if anything, if you want to see the course, I'll share it. Let me go grab it. This is the course I'm doing. It's actually super good. I kind of just tried to jump into Godot. Been using it for maybe like a little over 2 weeks now. I initially just jumped right in and tried to do like basically an open multiplayer, an open RPG, almost like an MMO, but not really, not quite that big. But I tried to do something like that like right off the bat, and it was kind of a mistake. But now I'm trying to do basically a Vampire Survivor style game. It's going to be like a spaceship though, in space. So that's kind of, I'm like I'm not doing exactly what he's saying to do on the tutorial, since I'm familiar enough with Godot enough to like change it, but I am following the tutorial I just linked. I'm basically doing generally what he says to do. Man, and this course is good. Like, it's worth it. It's gonna save me a ton of time. It's a good buy. Anyway, so now what I'm doing is improving the game jam, or the game feel.
So there's a couple of problems that I'm noticing, and you probably noticed this as well. One is that the player movement feels very herky-jerky and robotic. It doesn't feel super great. The acceleration smoothing a little bit more. I also want to turn down the max speed. So I'm going to go from 200 max speed to 150 max speed. You can definitely feel free to play with these numbers as you want, but if we want to leave room for... What we want to do, though, is we want to take the current velocity. So again, this is a property of the character body 2D. We're going to say current velocity is equal to velocity dot linear interpolate, so slash or dot lerp here. We want to lerp to the target velocity, and our weight factor is going to be the same thing as we used before, 1 minus exp negative delta times acceleration smoothing. Okay, so let's give it a shot. All right, so now you should see that the player is sliding around a little bit now. The movement does feel smoother generally.
Okay, I'm gonna...
The movement, give it a shot. XP.
Okay, so my code is a little different than his. I use my own movement code, but I can adapt his to mine. He's doing velocity equals lerp target, so I can put on top of that, I can do velocity equals movement. I don't have a movement vector though. I have to create it. Movement vector dot normalized. No, that's not right. Velocity equals I can put a lerp on it. That's what I'll do. Velocity dot, gotta spell right. Velocity dot brain failure lerp. Yes, that's what we were talking about. Target. One minus exponent. Something like that. Something's wrong here. Target velocity not declared. Oh yes. Var target velocity equals direction, right? Direction times max speed. Something like that. Do I have a direction? I might have to add a direction. Yes, I do have to add a direction. I don't need the movement vector. So direction would be var direction equals movement vector normalized. I'm going to have to create a movement vector. Movement vector normalized. Bro, I hope this works. And I'm going to have to create a movement vector. Var movement vector. And that can just be get movement vector function. Then I have to create a get movement vector function. What's wrong with my lerp? I had this before. Oh shit. Don't need this.
Negative delta times acceleration smoothing. Okay, so let's give it a shot. All right, so now you should see that the player is sliding around a little bit now. The movement times acceleration smoothing.
Target, I wrote delt. On line 19, velocity, lerp. Delt. Shit. Non-existent function normalized. What? Did I spell it wrong? Non-existent function. Normalized is definitely a global default function. Dot normal. It's not letting me move now. What's the error? 15. Oh. My gosh, that's what it was. I put 2 periods. The old 2 periods. Okay. Close that. Do need these. Okay. So this is actually better. I'm going to put the tiles in just so I can see the movement reference. I don't have any... The tiles just help me see how the movement is working. I will put more tiles in later, but right now this is... Yeah, oh, I was hoping it would have a bit more of a spaceshipy kind of vibe. Let's try back to player. Turn this bugger up. See what happens. I don't know with the way I set up the controller that it will. Oh, it's not doing anything. Fuck. Because I set it up so it works with analog, but the analog kind of mucks it up. That's what you get for going rogue. Don't need that. Velocity. Oh, I can take this out. Okay. Let's try now. I'm still not doing what I want. No, actually, this will work. I don't need this max speed here. No, I do. No, I don't. No, I do. Where do I use it? Oh, I just need velocity. Do I need the position? I don't think I need the position.
Okay, so
Bro, this is awesome. Figured it out. It's a little jittery though now. It's weird because the bad guy ships look really good, but I'm like kind of jittering. I think it has to do with this motion. Maybe the tutorial will address it later.
let's give it a shot. All right, so now you should see that the player is sliding around a little bit now. The movement does feel smoother generally, but it also feels a little bit more sluggish, right? This is almost too much or too little acceleration. So I'm going to change the acceleration smoothing to something like 15 instead, and then we're going to see how that looks. Still a little bit too slidey, so I'm going to bump it up to 25. Awesome. And before I change the acceleration smoothing a little bit more, I also want to turn down the max speed. So I'm going to go from 200 max speed to 150 max speed. You can definitely feel free to play with these numbers as you want, but if we want to leave room for, example, speed upgrades, it's probably a good idea to turn down the speed a little bit. So I'm going to turn it down to 125.
Okay, I'll turn it down for the speed
so
upgrades.
That slowed down the game quite a bit, which I think is great. And then I'm going to open up my basic enemy, Control-Shift-O, basic enemy. And I'm going to change this max speed down to 50. So just slow everything down just a little bit. And I'm going to change this max speed down to 50. So just slow everything down just a little bit. And that might even be still a little bit too fast, so I'm going to go down to 40. Okay, great. And that slowdown makes it just more likely that our abilities are going to hit as well. So now, with all of this in place, you should start to see our game is starting to come together. And the final thing to do is to make sure that the enemies cannot overlap each other. So we may change this in the future, but for now, the easy way to do this is to go to our basic enemy and make them able to collide with each other. And we can do that by using the collision mask and the collision layers. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our project settings. We're going to go back to those layer names. So scroll all the way down until you see layer names. Go to 2D physics. And let's just name layer 4 enemy collision, which may be a little bit redundant, but we just need a name that we can easily identify. And then go to your or enemy collision, which may be a little bit redundant, but we just need a name that we can easily identify. And then go to your mask of your basic enemy, turn on enemy collision in the mask and enemy collision in the layer. So again, make sure to change those on the character body 2D, and let's see if that is working. So now enemies should not... My sword is killing the enemies too fast, can't see if it's working. Okay, yeah, so you can see that the enemies are not bunching up anymore. They're colliding with each other, like in this group down here, which is great. So we just don't want the enemies to be colliding too much with each other. And you'll notice how they're all still able to move in that direction, in the correct direction, because they are using the move and slide, which means that they are colliding with each other, but preserving the velocity. So they're just kind of like shifting around on each other. And the final improvement that we're going to make is we're going to change the motion mode of our character body 2Ds for the player and for the enemy. And so what this motion mode is going to do is basically change how collisions are calculated. So if I go to my player scene and I click on the root node for the player, we see under the character body 2D in the inspector, the motion mode. This is grounded. Now, this basically changes the behavior of the character when you are colliding with things. Grounded is useful for 2D platformers when you're using gravity and whatnot, because this will allow you to work with slopes and snap to the floor and all of those good things. But we're top down, right? There is no gravity in our game. And so we're going to change this to motion mode floating. And what that does is that changes the collision behavior to handle situations where we don't have gravity and where we're just kind of like free moving around in the world. So we're also going to make that change in the basic enemy. So we're going to open up our basic enemy with Control-Shift-O and then search for basic enemy. Click on the root node and change that to floating as well. Now play the game and everything should be looking smooth. Everything should still be working as expected. And you should be noticing that the game is already feeling much better, even with just those few changes. Let's start building out the foundation of our main game loop. So in games like Vampire Survivors and Brotato and others in the genre, typically what happens is you have some amount of time that the level lasts, or you define a predetermined time, like 10 minutes, let's say, that you have to survive. And so what we're going to do is we are going to follow the Vampire Survivors model, where you have to survive for something like 10 minutes, and then you have to collect little experience orbs that the enemies drop in order to get your upgrades. But before we do that, I'm noticing that our most recent camera tweaks have reintroduced the jitter for the player, which you may have noticed. And this is the unfortunate thing about Godot. There are some quirks, and one of them is 2D camera jitter, that you just kind of have to work around on a case-by-case basis. So even though our snap transforms to pixel setting was working earlier, it appears not to be working now with the stronger camera acceleration. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the project settings, and we're going to turn off the snap 2D transforms to pixel underneath the rendering settings. You can find it by writing in snap in the filter and then unchecking that and running it. And so again, I know that we're going back and forth on this, but just to know that that setting is available, and you can project settings, and we're going to turn off the snap 2D transforms to pixel underneath the rendering settings. You can find it by writing in snap in the filter and then unchecking that and running it. And so again, I know that we're going back and forth on this, but just to know that that setting is available, and you can tweak it as necessary to make your game look good. But the game is looking okay now without that setting on, and so we're going to move forward with that. Alright, so we need to keep track of the amount of time that the player is in the level, after which the level will be beaten. And so let's go ahead and create a new scene with Control-N. We're going to select Other Node and then put a root type of just the basic node in there. Let's go ahead and rename this by double-clicking, and then rename this to, let's just call it track of the amount of time that the player is in the level, after which the level will be beaten. And so let's go ahead and create a new scene with Control-N. We're going to select Other Node and then put a root type of just the basic node in there. Let's go ahead and rename this by double-clicking, and then rename this to, let's just call it Arena Time Manager. We'll go ahead and save that with Control-S, go into your Scenes directory, Manager, and then save it alongside the enemy manager there. All right, so we've got our Arena Time Manager. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a timer. We're using a lot of timers, but timers are very useful. And then we're gonna set this timer to have a wait time of 60 times 10. So 600 seconds is 10 minutes. Might actually just turn it down to 60 for testing purposes. So that's our wait time, and we're gonna turn it to one shot and auto start. Okay, and now before we do anything, let's create a new scene with Control-N. Make this a type of canvas layer. So go ahead and search canvas layer and put that in there. We're going to call this Arena Time UI. I'm gonna go ahead and save that. Go up to your...
Holy guacamole. Wow, hey, thank you for the raid. Holy cow. A 68-person raid. What were you guys doing? My name's Joe. I make games under the brand Maui Game Studio. I am kind of doing a game jam and a tutorial at the same time. I don't know if you, it's called the, sorry, my old brain is foggy these days. Space something or another. Thank you for the follow, Hexamble. Score Space Jam 25. The idea is you have to have a scoreboard, and then after the jam's over, you're allowed to like put the scoreboard online. Done a Ludum Dare. Yeah, I've done quite a few myself. Let me do a real shout out here. There wasn't really anybody in here, but we'll do the shout out. Oh, Impact. Did I get it right? No, I didn't. Shout out. QI Impact. There's the shout out. So what do Manolis, Kellis, Andrew, Ingi, Andres, Kapathi, and Ilas Siskiver all have in common? I don't know. Maybe that I don't know how to pronounce any of their names. I don't ever pronounce all of their names. Godot always the way to go. Yeah, I'm digging it. I'm pretty new to Godot. I'm kind of in like my second or third week with it. I initially tried to make like a prototype for a massive multiplayer game, and I figured I gotta do something a little easier. So I've been going through this like intro tutorial, and I'm gonna use the game that I make in a game jam. So or they all hate Elon? Yeah, I don't know anything about that. But yeah, tell me about what you're working on. Are you guys Godot people? My stream is pretty chill, to be honest. It's not really the most entertaining stream. Do you believe the best way to produce the future is to invent it? You're way too deep for me, bro. Why hat on while streaming? Oh, because I'm bald. You don't like hats? Can we get some push-ups? Yeah. I don't know if I want to move the camera, but I'll do push-ups. There is a channel points reward. Tell me about what you guys were doing. Were you guys doing Godot as well, or? And what made you decide to raid little old Maui Game Studios channel? Oh, Leak Code. Oh, cool. Chill and apply for entry jobs while watching the dude code. Yeah. Do you ever do coding games and coding wars? I've been messing around with those too recently. I suck. They made me feel bad. Leak Code has like easier stuff on it, so done quite a bit of that. Yeah, I do it on stream sometimes, just to kind of break stuff up. But I'm bad at those. Leak Code has like a bigger range of like skill levels, and I'm kind of like not the best. By trade, I'm a front-end web developer, so you know, styling, CSS, HTML, some JavaScript, but only JavaScript in regards to styling. Yeah, a little bit of React I've done, but that's not my main thing. But it's just like Leak Code is more about algo, and you know, it's just the type of stuff I don't tend to do. So I like it, and I try to, well, I'm kind of grouping those all together as like code sites. I like them all, but I'm not that good at them. I'm trying to be a better coder. I practice every day for like an hour or two, in addition to like freaking around with Godot. But Godot is there's nothing really happening that hard. I'm trying to learn C++. Well, I kind of know it. It's weird to say that I'm trying to learn it, but I'm trying to get better at it. So I've been going through Code Academy and doing all that stuff just to get some more fundamentals. You suck at Leak Code? Yeah, I suck at Leak Code too, man. I'm with you. I have like the way I get jobs is because I have like a lot of impressive projects, but I'm not good at those like gamification coding practices. Okay, so let's say hi to, yeah, if you have them, right? If you have the projects. Hexamble, Curious Bruin, thank you for the follow. Ghibli Magic, I like that name. Reference to the anime production company, right? Thank you for the follow. Akari Iman. Just Chris Z, thank you for the follow. How to handle pressure in sprints. Yeah. Yeah, here, I'll show you what I'm working on, guys. But I'm making this game that's like, gonna be like Vampire Survivor-ish. Works with analog control, which is fun. I got the enemies. Got my first weapon too set up. It's like a automatic kill them type thing. Kills whoever's the closest. Yeah, so I'll be like doing this weekend. This is still pretty early. I got no sound effects. Here, I'll play we got the title song done. The music, I got the title song done. It's pretty freaking sick. I'll show you that. We'll play it right now. Apologies ahead of time. It just like stops because he didn't finish. He just sent me what he had so far. Get it? There's not really much going on right now. So this is like what the game will be like. This is like the really rough cut. This is an original song too, by the way. Bro, this isn't 2 weeks. Okay, sorry, I thought that was funny. No, I just started working on this today. This is for a game jam that's over this weekend. I've just been using Godot for 2 weeks. So this is not like a 2-week long project. But yeah, I'm using a tutorial, so it's not like I'm just doing it from scratch, but I kind of understand it, and I changed a bunch of stuff in it, you know. But yeah, you can kind of get the tutorial for free. I don't know if that's ethical, but I'm doing it anyway. I feel okay about it. I don't feel bad. I know some people might have a problem with it, but I'm not like, I'm not going to save my VODs and I'll, whatever, you know. It's fine. I only am showing the audio too. I'm not showing the video for the course that I'm showing. So I think it's okay. Oh no, yeah. I was doing Godot for 2 weeks, maybe a little more, maybe like 2.5. But this project is just today. I just started doing this morning. So I'm trying to make a Vampire Survivor style game. And I'm using a tutorial. And yeah, I did not do that music. I have a guy who does music for this game jam. So he's doing the music. His name is, I don't even know his name. He's just a random guy. I met him on the message boards, but his song is awesome. Christian Kenyon is his name. But I love his music. Like, it's super good. It's like, I'm like super surprised how good he is. He made me feel like kind of weird because it's like, now I got to make this game good. But basically, it'll be a scored game, right? You try to earn a lot of points. you kind of get the idea. If you played Vampire Survivor, the difference with this is it's a spaceship, and when I do have more weapons, the spaceship will actually face the direction. It'll face the direction where it's shooting, but I haven't set that up yet. So it'll like shoot in a given direction, and it'll face that, and that'll be controllable with it. So the controllers will be either WASD and mouse, or you can do 2 analog sticks, and it'll be like you face it to the direction you want to shoot. So it's a little different from Vampire Survivors, but right now I'm just doing the tutorial. Still great progress. Yeah, really. No, yeah. I would say even more so. I'm satisfied. It's unfortunate. I was not going to. I was planning on having all tomorrow off, but I got called in for a job which is gonna have me do some calls and stuff unrelated to this. So I'm losing like 9 hours tomorrow. Just Crease Z. To answer your question, will I give a dead animation? Probably. It's like my job is like yeah, it's not really on call. It's more just like something came up and I'm going to have to work on it tomorrow. So it's more like that. So my job is not really like a real job. Yeah, and it happened just today, so I'm not going to have as much time to do the jam. But yeah, as far as like explosions or something, death animation, I'd like to have that. It's just a matter of how far I get. I'm basically going to work on this probably for another 3 or 4 hours tonight. Wake up 5 hours later. Get a couple more hours in, go to work, come back, work on it pretty much until the next day in the morning. And then, get as far as I can. That's how it goes. Things come up, you got to just try and do it anyway. A lot of people do like these 2-day game jams in like 24 hours anyway, so it's totally doable. I'm just somewhat new to Godot. So it's just, if I was doing it on like maybe Unity or RPG Maker, I would feel a little bit more competent, or even just with JavaScript, like straight code might be easier for me, like using a library. But, this is a good way to learn. Add some drama to it. Drama makes it stick in your brain a little bit better. So by creating a semi-stressful situation, as long as it doesn't make you like want to quit, it's good that it has a little bit of a emotional up and down. That's a good, it helps to learn when it engages you emotionally. Okay, let me start up this tutorial again with the musics. But yeah, just to clarify, in case anybody's asking again, I did not make that music. Okay. So I was just Discord messaging one of my guys that's on this jam with me.
Your scenes directory, create a new folder in here, call it UI for user interface, and then go ahead and save it in there. Okay, so we're going to start getting into
Oh yeah, I don't really talk a lot in my streams, so if you have questions, feel free to ask and I'll talk to you. I made a goal to learn Unreal Engine this year, but I keep going back into disturbed systems, data late. Hard to stay focused on the new thing. Distributed systems, data leaks. Yeah, you know, I'm not really, for solo dev, I'm just not a big believer, because I'm a solo dev, right? Like, I do most of my projects by myself. I think Unreal Engine is kind of a trap, because you can do a lot in a very short amount of time, sure, but I mean, it's just when you get into like the photorealistic three-dimensional stuff, it's really enticing and it's really attractive to do it, but I don't know. Most of it is just about creating assets, you know? And I guess if you just use like stock assets, it's good, but I don't know. If you're gonna do a realistic game with Unreal and use like its actual capability, you're just gonna have to have a really high budget. Yeah, I believe UE is C++. So it's like, I don't see why for like a small hobbyist level, why anyone would use Unreal over Unity. I get that Unity has like the ability to craft like photorealistic scenes and all this shit, but it's like you need like buka bucks to like generate the kind of detail that those scenes require, so why would you even bother, you know? If you're not even gonna be using Unreal, you're gonna be in freaking Blender or Maya most of the time anyway. I mean, I'm not an Unreal expert, but I'm just saying, like, some people like just getting in the engine and tinkering. But it's like, and if that's what you like to do, like, that's cool. Like, just get in there and have fun, and it's like a playground, right? And I get that. And I think that that's cool. But I'm more about, like, actually producing actual games that people can play. And if that's your goal, I think Unreal Engine, unless you have like buka bucks, is like a trap. It's like Akbar, the Akbar special. It's a trap. So I would stay away from that engine. That's just kind of my take on it. Feel free to disagree. I have a lot of friends who've made like big projects with Unreal Engine, but they're all working with big teams with big money. So it's like, that's what Unreal is for, you know? It's to create like the next cyberpunk. It's not for like making your indie game in your garage with your friend over the weekend. You know what I mean? Like, that's not what it's for. Actually, I think I'm probably going to learn C++ this year. It's, I mean, I kind of know it, but it's, so more of just a learning experience for you. Yeah, if that's what your goal is and you know that that's what you want to do, you want to learn it, you want to learn more about it and just use it, I think that that's great. I come from the angle of the philosophy where it's like, I want to make stuff for people to play, you know? There's all kinds of devs out there, and I'm the kind of dev who wants to make stuff for people to play. That's why in my stream sometimes I'll just go silent for like long periods of time.
canvas layer. So go ahead and search canvas layer and put that in there. We're going to call this arena time UI. I'm going to go ahead and save that. Go up to your scenes directory, create a new folder in here, call it UI for use. User interface, and then go ahead and save it in there. Okay, so we're going to start getting into control nodes a little bit here, which we will dive into later on more in depth, but we'll get a little bit of an introduction to them here. So go ahead and add a new child node with Control A, search for margin container, go ahead and add that. Okay, and so this is a control node, and what control nodes basically are ways of displaying UI elements as well as laying out UI elements. And so a margin container is a container, it's designed to hold other control elements where you can also specify margins, so you can give a little bit of padding on every side. So if I go ahead and Control A to add a label node, which is simply just text, and I go ahead and write in the text property here, test. So I've got my margin container here. Now what happens if I scroll down on my margin container and I go to the theme overrides, constants, and I can define a margin left. So if I say margin left of 16, you can see that that adds a 16 pixel padding on the left. And if I do the same on the right, now we've got 16 pixel padding on the right as well. And so this is just a nice way of displaying content that needs padding, but also it's a nice way of having a container when you need a container for layout. And what does that mean? Well, let's go ahead and do this so I can show you. So select your margin container, go up to this little icon here, presets for the anchor and offset values, click that, and then in the bottom right, select the full rect option. So what that's going to do is that's going to make the margin container fill the entirety of the screen. Okay, and so what are we doing with this arena time UI? Basically, the goal here is we want to display the current time of the level. So we want to ideally count up from 0 to keep track of how much time the player has been in the game. And so we're going to show the time at the top of the screen. And so that means we're going to take this label and we are going to scroll down to the container sizing. Let's change horizontal fill. So fill, you can see kind of what this represents, but basically fill means stretch edge to edge in your container, either vertically or horizontally. So if I chose fill for vertical as well, you can see now it's filling the entire thing. So what we want to actually...
Where the heck is that? Sample? Are you saying I'm clueless or you're clueless? So it's right here.
To do with horizontal is we want to use shrink center, which will take this label and put it into the center of its container. And then for vertical, let's just do shrink begin. And so now our label...
Do you have 7TV or BTTV? I don't know what that is.
Is stuck at the top middle. And this is why we're using a margin container. That kind of layout.
Oh no, I don't have 7TV. Oh no, okay. Should I get it? Is that the one from... Is that from Ludwig or whatever? Do you enable it in Twitch or do you have to do it on this website? By enabling it, do you mean like sign up for it? It's a browser extension. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any Twitch emotes. This seems like a whole thing. This seems like it's a lot. I don't know. I'm not. It's not ringing like as like something I should do in my brain right now. Thanks for showing me that though. Back to the drawing board.
So fill, you can see kind of what this represents, but basically fill means stretch edge to edge in your container, either vertically or horizontally. So if I chose fill for vertical as well, you can see now it's filling the entire thing. So what we want to actually do with horizontal is we want to use shrink center, which will take this label and put it into the center of its container. And then for vertical, let's just do shrink begin. And so now our label is stuck at the top middle. And this is why we're using a margin container. That kind of layout option would not be available to us if we were not using a container. So this is a container sizing property that can only be used when the node's parent is a type of container. And then what we're going to do is we're going to scroll down. So we're going to go to the margin container and then scroll down back to that constant section of the theme overrides. And we're going to put a margin top of, let's say, 8 pixels. And so that gets the label off the top of the screen just a little bit. So before we go any further, let's go back to our main scene and instantiate a child scene by right-clicking, clicking instantiate child scene. And go ahead and search for arena time UI and put that in there, and then move this to be the first child. So in the editor, you'll see that the test is displayed right there, but it's kind of off center. But watch this. When we run the game, now we've got that test glued to the top of the screen. Now there is one thing to be careful of when you're using containers in this way. So let's go back to our arena time UI. With control nodes, they will intercept mouse inputs. So if we do this where we put a margin container over the entirety of the screen, no mouse inputs will be accepted while the mouse filter is set to anything other than ignore. So select your margin container, scroll down to mouse filter, and turn off the filter by clicking ignore. And so this will mean that it will no longer intercept mouse clicks. And we'll get into that more later when we start building more complex.
UI. So disable mouse clicks. Mouse clicks. Ignore.
UIs, but that's a little introduction to it. And then just a quick word about the canvas layer. So the canvas layer, as you probably can see, is special in that it keeps the UI glued to the screen. So in other words, it will always be at the top middle of the window, regardless of where the camera is in the game. If we didn't have a canvas layer and we just used a margin container, the margin container would be stuck at the origin of the world and would not follow our camera. So that's the benefit of using canvas layers. So we need to make this label actually display the amount of time that has occurred while you're in the game. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Arena Time Manager, and we're going to add a script to our Arena Time Manager. And we're going to click Create. We're going to get rid of the process method. And I don't believe we need the ready method either, so go ahead and remove that. Let's create a new function called getTime. Let's call it getTimeElapsed. What we're going to do in here is we're going to return $timer. We're going to say wait time minus timer dot time underscore left. So if our wait time is 60 seconds and we have 60 seconds left, then our time elapsed is 0. And if we have a wait time of 60 seconds and we're at 55 seconds left, then our time elapsed is 5. Now, in both cases here, we're getting the timer from the scene tree, and we don't necessarily want to do that. So what we can do is we can use the onReady keyword to assign the timer as soon as the node is ready. So what we can do is we can do @onReady var timer is equal to timer. So using that $ notation again. And what this is basically going to do is this is shorthand for assigning a node to a variable when the node becomes ready. And so now we have a reference to this timer and we don't need to fetch it from the scene tree every time. So you can highlight this $ timer here in get time elapsed, hit Control-D to highlight the other timer, and then just write our new variable in here instead, timer. And that will replace both instances. And now we don't have to do a lookup in the tree every time. Okay, let's go to our Arena Time UI and switch back to the 2D mode. So this is our actual UI, and we need to be able to get that time elapsed that we just wrote. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach a script to the root node here, Arena Time UI. We'll keep those default settings. And what we're going to do is we are going to do an export variable. So clear all the process and time that has occurred while you're in the game. So what we're going to do, it keeps the click screen, or you'll see that gets the label off the top. We're going to say wait time minus time we want to do that. So what we can do is we can use the onReady keyword to assign the timer as soon as the node is ready. So what we can do is we can do @onReady var timer is equal to timer. So using that $ notation again. And what this is basically going to do is this is shorthand for assigning a node to a variable when the node becomes ready. And so now we have a reference to this timer and we don't need to fetch it from the scene tree every time. So you can highlight this $ timer here in get time elapsed, hit Control-D to highlight the other timer, and then just write our new variable in here instead, timer. And that will replace both instances. And now we don't have to do a lookup in the tree every time. Okay, let's go to our Arena Time UI and switch back to the 2D mode. So this is our actual UI, and we need to be able to get that time elapsed that we just wrote. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach a script to the root node here, Arena Time UI. We'll keep those default settings. And what we're going to do is we are going to do an export variable. So clear all the process and ready methods that are pre-populated. Let's do @export var arena time manager, and then we're going to do colon, and we're going to type this. And what we're going to do is we're going to type it as a node. Now, what is that going to do? Well, if I look at my Arena Time UI, I see that I have this assign button now next to the Arena Time Manager property. If I click into that, I can actually assign a node to this value here. So that's another way of referencing nodes that may otherwise be unknown in terms of where they are in the scene tree. And this is going to be useful for the following.
Feels weird here. Okay.
Following reason. If I go to my main scene again and switch to the 2D view, I'm going to go ahead and right click into main and then instantiate a child scene, arena time manager. And I'm going to move that underneath the arena time UI. So now you can see if you click on the arena time, going to do an export variable. So clear all the process and what I'm going to do. Well, if I look at my arena time manager, and then we're going to do colon and we're going to type this. And what we're going to do is we're going to type it as a node. Now, what is that going to do? Well, if I look at my arena time UI, I see that I have this assign button now next to the arena time manager property. If I click into that, I can actually assign a node to this value here. So that's another way of referencing nodes that may otherwise be unknown in terms of where they are in the scene tree. And this is going to be useful for the following reason. If I go to my main scene again and switch to the 2D view, I'm going to go ahead and right click into main and then instantiate a child scene, arena time manager. And I'm going to move that underneath the arena time UI. So now you can see if you click on the arena time UI, I can take this arena time manager, click and drag it over into that assignment for the arena time manager. And now I've got a reference to that, right? Now that we've got the arena time manager assigned, let's go ahead. And I'm going to move that underneath the arena time UI. So now you can see if you click on the arena time UI, I can take this arena time manager, click and drag it over into that assignment for
This isn't working. Can you help me maybe? What is the thing when the character have multiple front animations and you use depending on which skin is active? Switch or shift, something like that. I hope you understand. Not super clear what you mean. Can you help me maybe? What is the thing when the characters have multiple front animations and you use depending on which skin is active? Switch or shift or something like that. I hope you understand. I don't understand. I mean, you can like show and remove certain things within a player, sprite 2D or animation 2D, but I don't know the language you're using. I don't understand front animation. Like, are you saying like a top-down situation when the person is showing from the front. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I wish I did. Arena time UI. Why doesn't this work? When the player have 3 different skins and the animation need to use the skin. Are you talking about a sprite sheet? Nobody calls them skins if that's the case.
For the arena time manager.
Oh, I didn't save this node yet. What the hell? Like, do different skins have different animations? I don't know. The language you're using, I don't understand. Are you saying like the character customizations for Stardew? Skins is like a... Are you saying like if you have different customer... I don't know, man. I'm really focused on my game jam stuff right now, so... Maybe you go hop in my Discord. There might be somebody who can help you there. Or honestly, if you can give me a visual example through Discord, I might be able to help you too. You don't care? Why did you ask me if you don't care?
And then instantiate a child scene, arena time manager.
DC, link in his bio. Oh yeah, thanks Code. Maybe I should add the dis. I've never seen that command before. I've never seen anybody say DC. I thought he was saying IDK. I was like, what? That's funny. I'm sorry, man. Misunderstood you. Okay. Yeah, for real. Pepe laugh. This is being weird because this, when I instantiate it into here, it's supposed to bring in this supposed to bring in the script, but it's not. Maybe I can just reattach the script. I don't know if that's gonna frick it up though. Let me try reload it one more time. Instantiate. Bro, this is weird.
And I'm going to move that underneath the Arena Time UI. So now you can see if you click on the Arena Time UI, I can take this Arena Time Manager, click and drag it over into that assignment for the Arena Time Manager, and now I've got a ref.
Do I have to reconnect this? The script is here. How weird is that? Alright, am I not supposed to instantiate it?
That can take the Arena Time UI, Time Manager. And I'm going to move that.
Yeah, no.
Underneath the Arena Time dot clicks. Run the game. Now we've got that test glued to the top Time UI, but it's kind of off center. But watch this. When we run the game, now we've got that test glued to the top of the screen. Now there is one thing to be careful of when you're using containers in this way. So let's go back to our Arena Time UI, layout, option, this label, and we are going to scroll down to the container sizing. Let's change. See, now it's filling the entire. So what we make is stop when the nodes put a margin child scene by right-clicking, clicking instantiate child scene, and go ahead and search for Arena Time UI. Put that in there, and then move this to be the first child. So in the editor, you'll
Arena Time UI. So there was a point somewhere where the script got attached from the Arena Time UI.
And so this will mean that it will no longer be any method either. So go ahead and remove that. Let's create a new function called get assign the timer, shorthand for assigning both So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach a script to the root node here, Arena Time UI. We'll keep those default settings. And what we're going to do is we are going and are in the scene tree. And this is going to be useful for the following reason. If I go to my main scene again and switch to the 2D view,
what?
I'm
You have to save all scenes? Oh. No. See, this should have this script attached to it. But it doesn't. Why? When I instantiate this node into here, into this main what? It has it now. Maybe I have to save it? I don't know. Okay, well, we're good. Just joking. Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and right-click into main, and then instantiate a child scene, arena time manager. And I'm going to move that underneath the arena time UI. So now you can see if you click on the arena time UI, I can take this arena time manager, click and drag it over into that assignment for the arena time manager. And now I've got a reference to that, right? Now that we've got the arena time manager assigned, let's go ahead and open up that arena time UI script by clicking the script button next to it. And now we can do this. We can say func process delta, so we can override the process method here. And we can actually reference the arena time manager here and call get time elapsed. Now, we're not going to get the autocomplete because, again, Godot does not know what the type of this is. It assumes that it's just a node type. So we're just going to assume that we've done the process method here. And we can actually reference the, right? Now that we've got the arena time manager assigned, let's go ahead and open up that arena time UI script by clicking the script button next to it. And now we can do this. We can say func process delta, so we can override the process method here. And we can actually reference the arena time manager here and call get time elapsed. Now, we're not going to get the autocomplete because, again, Godot does not know what the type of this is. It assumes that it's just a node type. So we're just going to assume that we've done this correctly, and we're not going to worry about that for now. But we do want to do a check. So I'm going to say if arena time manager is equal to null, I'm just going to return. So that way we're not going to deal with any potential null reference issues. So we can call getTimeElapsed. Let's assign the result of this getTimeElapsed to a variable. So var time underscore elapsed. So that's our time elapsed. Now we need to modify the text of the label. So let's go back to the arena time UI scene. This label right here, we can right click this and we can say access as unique scene name. So go ahead and do that. And what this does is this allows us to use a shorthand to reference the label. So if we were to use, let's say, an onReady to grab the label, what we typically have to do is do at onReady var label is equal to margin container / label, which is unideal. This can get very long if you have a bigger scene tree. But instead what we can do now is we can still use the $ shorthand, but instead of putting all the path segments in front of the label, we can just use a %. And so this will, as long as the label is marked as a unique name in the scene tree here, we can reference it with the % and it will always be found no matter how many levels deep it is. So now we've got our label, and then we could just simply say label.text is equal to time elapsed, and we probably want to convert that to a string, so we can do str time elapsed. So that will take our time elapsed, convert it to a string, and assign it to the label. And so now let's go ahead and run the game and see what happens. Okay, so we've got our time counting up. Now what you'll notice is that it's printing an absurdly large amount of digits here. We want this to be formatted more like a traditional timer. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go back. Back to our arena time UI script, and we're going to create a new function. So two new spaces, func. We're going to call this method format_seconds, and we're going to pass in a seconds number, seconds. And if you want to, you can type this by doing :float, just like that. Let's do another colon at the end. And this is going to return a string. Let's actually make this a little bit more specific. Format underscore seconds underscore to underscore string. Okay, so we want to convert the seconds that we have to a minutes and seconds string. And so how are we going to do that? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to take the seconds and divide it by 60 to determine how many minutes there are.
Bro,
So
there's
we're gonna
not
say
like a
var
function already
minutes
built in for this?
is equal to, let's do this, floor
Converting
seconds
seconds
divided by 60. So what this is going to do is this is
Anybody
going
know?
to take the seconds number divided by 60. If we're less than 60 seconds, then the floor is going to go to 0 because it floors it to the nearest integer downward, right? So
Manually
rounded
typing
down,
in
essentially.
seconds.
And if the seconds is greater than or equal to 60, this will return 1, or however many divisions there are. So, for instance, if this was 120, this would return 2. Okay. So, let's do another variable called remaining seconds. And what we're going to do is we're going to say
modulo.
the remaining seconds is equal to seconds minus, in parentheses, minutes times 60. So that's going to get us the remainder of the seconds. And then we can return, very simply, return str minutes plus, in quotes, colon, plus string remaining seconds. Now we're still going to have the issue of these having massive amounts of decimal places. And so we need to take this remaining seconds and probably floor this as well. So let's, inside of the string, do a floor of the remaining seconds. And then we can say up in our process label text is equal to format seconds to string, and then pass in.
Let's look it up. Go for global. I don't see anything. It looks like everybody's doing it manually. Yeah. Well, this is a good tutorial. He's typically pretty on it, so I guess it looks like it's most likely you have to actually convert it. It's fine. I was just... and has provided the answer. Yeah, I guess there's not one. I mean, you don't really need it, but it's just interesting that it's not there. It's like one of those things you kind of, working with other libraries and stuff, they have something.
And our time elapsed.
It's a misspell there.
So let's go ahead and run the game and see how that works.
Oh, I spelled label wrong twice in a row. Format seconds to string. Format seconds to string. No, Not found in base self. What?
Elapsed.
Not found in base self. It's right here, dude. Time elapsed. Label.text equals format seconds to string. Time elapsed.
So let's go ahead and run the game and see how that works. Perfect. So there's still a little bit off with this formatting. For instance, we probably want to display the leading 0 when the number is less than 10. So to get the leading 0 on the seconds, what we can do...
What's going on with my code? Format seconds to string. Not found. Oh. I wrote format seconds to sting. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, our timer, baby. Dude, my laser teleport sword is so sweet. I'm getting tired. Oh wait, so you're saying there is a global time class? It's just not in the manual? So I'm getting kind of tired, so my brain's not working that well.
is we can remove this string function around that floor remaining seconds. What we can do instead is we want to use a format string, which you can read about. I will link to the documentation in the lesson resources so you can read about string formatting. But basically what we're going to do is string formatting works like this. So we're going to do a quotes, and then we're going to take percent, and then we're going to tell it we want to do 2 leading zeros, so that's what that means, 0, 2, and then D, which tells us that it is an integer. And then outside of the quotes, we have to use percent, just like so. And then we can wrap this whole statement into parentheses for readability. And so essentially what this does is this says, I want to have an integer string that has 2 digits and using a leading 0 if the number is less than 10. So basically this is saying enforce that there's 2 digits. So we'll put a leading 0 in the front if the number is less than 10. And then the percent basically tells us, okay, what number are we putting into the string? So this percent indicates, okay, this is what we're replacing into the string, which is our floor remaining seconds. And so if I run this now, you can see that we've got a nice countdown with a leading 0. All right, so in the future, we'll have to tie this into the larger game systems. But for now, this little display will be good to build on in the future. We've got our timer in place that we can use later for gameplay purposes, but let's focus now on the drops that will drop from enemies to collect experience. So as a refresher, the way that games like Vampire Survivors work is that as you kill enemies, some sort of currency is dropped, like experience points or something similar, that you have to collect in order to fill up your level up meter. And once you've done that, then you are presented with an upgrade where you can choose to enhance your abilities or to get a new ability.
Oh yeah, with the timer, you feel it's more Vampire Yeah, it's gonna be like a space Vampire Survivors. I'm gonna implement a stealth mechanic. So it'll be like every 10 seconds there's gonna be like a mothership that shows up. It's gonna, well, and you have to hide. So it's gonna be like you have to go stealth when the mothership shows up. And everybody else will be able to see you, but I don't know. I haven't totally figured out how I'm gonna do it. It'll be like, there'll be like an assassin. I don't know. There'll be like certain ships that you have to hide from. So there'll be an addition, because the theme of the thing is stealth. So I'm gonna make a cloak mechanic where you cloak, and when you're cloaked, then you can hide from certain ones. But if you don't have the cloak, then you have to like run away. Oh, this timer doesn't go past 1 minute. The way it's set up. I guess that's fine.
Tile map from the Kenny assets and take a look at the tiles that are available. And what I'm thinking would make it.
And I really want to finish at least. I haven't really done that much yet. Dang, man. Like at least an hour left for this section. Then I have like another 10-ish hours of tutorial, which equates to longer than the actual tutorial because I have to replay it. Gosh. I got maybe another hour of like good brain in me. I'm gonna take a quick break and I'll be back. Good night, good luck with tomorrow. Yeah, don't forget to follow before you go. Thank you very much for coming and hanging out and talking. I'm pretty much gonna turn into a Godot stream. That's what it's looking like. So I'm gonna be like the Godot stream. Thank you for the follow. Who gave you that idea? Oh my gosh. Sell out. Yeah, totally. I can't read your emotes yet, but someday. Holy guacamole. Okay, so I'm gonna take a break and I'll be back in like 10. I might go for a walk outside to kind of wake up. I'm getting kind of sleepy. I'm also, if I can go for 1 more hour and then maybe get like 6 hours of sleep and wake up in the morning, and then I can probably work on it for 3 more hours before I have to go to work. Okay, I'll be right back. Alrighty. How's everybody doing? I forgot to follow Kui.
Yo, how you doing? Today we're gonna do the same thing we do every night, Pinky. Lead code, lead rooms, you name it. Alrighty. So where were we at today? What should we? I think we should do like a greedy today or something.
Well, this looks fun.
Maybe we start with the daily. Maybe move on to something else. Minimum insertion steps to make a string of balance.
That looks fun. That looks like a fun stream to watch. Get better at coding.
A good drop is this blue vial right here. So we're gonna make blue vials drop when you kill enemies, and then collecting the blue vial will fill up some sort of meter. So let's go find that individual tile. So I'm gonna go into the individual tiles directory, and it looks like tile 0128 is the tile that we're looking for.
So I have to make a tile real quick. It's gotta be small, like 24. So I need to cut 1 off the bottom and 3 off the left. So make the height 23. And the width 21.
So I'm going to copy that with Control C, go to my file system in Godot, right click, click Open in File Manager. Then I'm just going to paste it in the root of the project there, and I'll go ahead and close that File Explorer window. And when I go back to Godot, I should see the tile here. Let's rename this by right clicking and then clicking Rename. Let's rename it to experience_vial. Okay, and let's create a new scene with Control N. Make the scene a root type of 2D scene, so that will just be a regular old node 2D. Let's rename it by double clicking into it and then typing experience vial. We're gonna save it. And now we're gonna go to our scenes directory, so up 1 directory for me. And we're going to let's create a new folder, and we're gonna call it game_object. And I'm going to create a new folder and call this experience_vial, and then save it in there. So we should have scenes, game object, experience vial, and then go ahead and drag the experiencevial.png over into that folder as well. Okay.
So scenes. Game object.
So before we go any further, let's put the other assets that we have into the game object. So the game object folder that I create for my games is where I like to put the player, the entities, any upgrades or health pickups or anything that can actually appear in the game as an object you can interact with. So before I do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to close all my scenes by middle clicking or clicking the X. And the reason I'm doing this is because I find that sometimes Godot can break if you have references to scenes that you're refactoring or that you're moving around. And so I just like to make sure all of my scenes are closed before I do anything with the file system so that nothing gets broken. So now that I've closed all my scenes, I'm going to take my basic enemy folder and I'm going to drag that into the game object directory. And then I'm going to do the same for my player. And I think this directory structure now makes sense. And let's go ahead and even move the game camera into game object. So now we should have a scenes ability directory, a game object directory, a main, a manager, and a UI directory. And so this seems like a good breakdown.
Main manager. Player goes in game object, that makes sense. Basic enemy goes in game object. Experience file, game camera, in game object, that makes sense. Main manager UI.
Down to me. Our game object directory is going to contain everything that can be interacted with by the player in the game. So let's go ahead and open up the experience file again. Let's hit Control A to add a new node. Let's search for Sprite 2D. Go ahead and add that. Then drag over the experience file PNG into that. And that looks pretty good. So what are we going to want to do? Well, we want this thing to be able to be picked up by the player, right? So I'm going to add a collision area. So we're going to hit Control A, area 2D. So we've got our new area 2D. Let's hit Control A again to add a collision shape 2D, just like so. For the collision shape 2D,
I don't know how to make it by default
Let's make a new circle shape in the shape property. And let's bring this up by, let's say, 16 or so pixels in the radius. So that'll give us a nice radius, and I'm going to move the area 2D to be the first child so that it renders behind the vial sprite. So now that I've got that, I want to click on my area 2D, select that, and let's modify the collision layer.
How do you make it so that the filter is nearest by default? That's what I want to know.
So what we're going to do is we're going to uncheck the layer and we're going to check the mask. Now we're going to need another shape 2D, just like so. For the collision shape 2D, let's make a new circle by player. And I think this directory structure now makes sense. And let's go ahead and even move the game camera into game object. So now we should have a scenes ability directory, a game object directory, a main, a manager, and a UI directory. And so this seems like a good breakdown to me. Our game object directory is going to contain everything that can be interacted with by the player in the game. So let's go ahead and open up the experience file again. Let's hit Control A to add a new node. Let's search for Sprite 2D. Go ahead and add that. Then drag over the experience file PNG into that. And that looks pretty good. So what are we going to want to do? Well, we want this thing to be able to be picked up by the player, right? So I'm going to add a collision area. So we're going to hit Control A, area 2D. So we've got our new area 2D. Let's hit Control A again to add a collision shape 2D, just like so. For the collision shape 2D, let's make a new circle shape in the shape property. And let's bring this up by, let's say, 16 or so pixels in the radius. So that'll give us a nice radius, and I'm going to move the area 2D to be the first child so that it renders behind the vial sprite. So now that I've got that, I want to click on my area 2D, select that, and let's modify the collision layer. So what we're going to do is we're going to uncheck the layer and we're going to check the mask. Now we're going to need another mask type. And let's go ahead and go to project settings. Let's scroll down to layer names,
I'm like
go to 2D
falling
physics.
asleep.
On layer 5, let's call this player pickup by, let's say, 16 or so pixels in the radius. So that'll give us a nice radius, and I'm going to move the area 2D to be the first child so that it renders behind the vial sprite. So now that I've got that, I want to click on my area 2D, select that, and let's modify the collision layer. So what we're going to do is we're going to uncheck the layer and we're going to check the mask. Now we're going to need another mask type. And let's go ahead and go to project settings. Let's scroll down to layer names, go to 2D physics. On layer 5, let's call this player pickup. And you'll see how we're going to use that in a second. So let's set the mask on the vial then to on the area 2D to bit 4, aka number 5. So let's set the mask on the vial physics. On layer 5, let's call this player pickup. And you'll see how we're going to use that in a second. So let's set the mask on the vial then to on the area 2D to bit 4, aka number 5, aka player pickup. So just like that is how we're going to do it. Now before we go any further, let's open up our player, Control Shift O to open the quick open scene, search for player, open that up. All right, so now that we've got the player open, we're going to add an area 2D to the player now. So hit Control A, area 2D. Put this area 2D above the sprite 2D but below the ability manager. Again, I like to order it such that the plain nodes come first in the scene tree and then you can change the rendering order to your liking. This area 2D, I'm going to add Control A, collision shape 2D. Let's create a new circle shape. And let's give it a quite large radius, like 64. Actually, that's too large, maybe 32. Okay, so we're giving it a radius of 32. Now select your area 2D, hit W to enter move mode, and then drag this up so that it's roughly centered on the player. Okay, with your area 2D selected, let's go down to layer, and we're going to turn off the mask, and we're going to turn the layer to player pickup. So now this area 2D is going to exist on the player pickup layer, and the vial is going to be scanning that layer for collision events. And what does that mean? Well, that means now that we can listen for that collision event and collect the vial when the player gets near it. So let's go back to our experience vial scene and add a script with the default settings. That should all be good. Let's create that. Let's get rid of the process method. Okay, so let's get rid of this comment above the ready as well. So in our ready method, let's connect to the area 2D by doing $area 2D. We're going to connect to the area entered signal. We're going to write .connect, and then we're going to write a function on area entered, just like so. 2 new lines for the next function, which is going to be called on area entered. And remember, this is going to be supplied with the other area that entered this. So I'm going to say other_area typed as an area 2D, and then make sure you put a colon at the end. Okay, so what are we going to do on area entered? Well, the first thing to do is just going to be to queue free it, just so that we can see that this is working. So we're just going to write queue free to free it from the scene tree. Okay, so that's looking good. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our main. The scene tree. Okay, so that's looking good. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our main, and you may be met with this load failed due to missing dependencies. So this is exactly what I was talking about earlier, where moving things around can sometimes break things. So good thing is that we can actually fix this rather easily. So if you see this error, what you can do is you can click fix dependencies, and it looks like the player is the only one that had the problem. So I'm going to just go to the red path here. I'm going to click the folder icon, and I'm just going to go and find where that player scene is. So I'm going to go to scenes, game object, player, player, and I'm going to open that. And that dependency has been fixed, and so we click OK, and then open anyway, and we should be good to go. So our main is now fixed. If you didn't encounter that problem and everything looks fine, then don't worry, you're good to go. Let's go ahead and instantiate a child scene we can use Control-Shift-A. So select main and then hit Control-Shift-A on your keyboard. And then search for experience vial, and it should appear in the top left origin. We can move the vial over toward the player and press Control D to duplicate them a bunch. Again, move tool is W on the keyboard, or this button up here in the toolbar. So let's just put a bunch of vials around the player and then run the game and see if our collision detection works. So you should be able to pick all of those up. Cool, so that's working pretty great. So that's it for the basic setup. In the next lesson, we're going to go move tool is W on the keyboard, or this button up here in the toolbar. So let's just put a bunch of vials around the player and then run the game and see if our collision detection works. So you should be able to pick all of those up. Cool, so that's working pretty great. So that's it for the basic setup. Instantiate a child scene we can use Control-Shift-A. So select main and then hit Control-Shift-A on your keyboard, and then search for experience vial, and it should appear in the top left origin. We can move the...
What's wrong with mine? Get rid of all these. So my experience file is not saved. pick you up. Why isn't it letting me pick them up?
Detection works. So you should be able to pick all of those up. There's no bugs. The output of the bugger. I must have not lined up the areas correctly. Oh, I'm so tired. Okay, so... Well, I think I have to put this on player. It's gotta be more than that. It's the layers. I don't have those set up correctly. Fuck. I'm running out of juice in my brain. I gotta go soon. I think I might raid already and call it a night. Let's see who we can do. Good night. Yeah, I'm pretty much done. Let me just see if there's anybody around. Fun stream, you like it? Thank you. Fun stream, you like it? Please come back. Do lots of Godot in here recently. Got Zed Craze, Pirate Software. I wonder if anybody's doing the same game jam. Scorespace. Checking out my game jams, seeing if anybody's doing any.
Next on Behind the Series.
In all my years of playing, man, that 22 draft was something special.
If I hadn't seen it in person, I would.
Anybody doing Godot? Just me. Oh, this is cool. I think this is our man.
I think we'll need
Does he speak English?
pre-reserved goods or cancel pickup or cancel
Yeah.
pickup goods
Yeah, he speaks English. We'll do
with a type and an
Ma-
amount.
math rim.
No return needed.
Okay, it's been a blast, guys. Please come back. I'll be here roughly the same time tomorrow, maybe a little later. And I'll probably be doing an overnight tomorrow because I got a lot of work to do still. I'm going to stay and keep working on my game a little bit offline. But yeah, so a lot of work's left to do. It's been a really good stream. I appreciate everybody. I got like 10 follows, which is freaking phenomenal.
We do something very similar
Feels
to the
okay,
actual
man.
pickup,
Yeah, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. But
except for removing the goods
if I-
basically. So
it-
check
it-
if he
it's
finds
kind of
the info.
crazy trying to do a game jam with an engine you don't even really know. But you know, it's sink or swim, man. You learn faster when you put some pressure on. So I think it's a good call. Just doing this tutorial with this dude. There's a ton of stuff I just kind of skimmed over by trying to just like figure stuff out. It's really good to go over like a course, and I think it's better that I went over this course after freaking messing with it for 2 weeks, because now I have much more context to learn everything. Like everything he's saying is sticking with me. So it's really good. Anyway, stream's over. See y'all later. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you very much. Goodbye. See you next time. See you next time. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, bye.